Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第345天 is day 345. 345. Three things to go over. Not satisfied with the one from yesterday. Probably gonna take a look at it again. And that was Ba. Pull out. Yeah, this one doesn't work really well. Kind of tough. Something about, I guess we could do his like yellow fingers. Armpit. Add yellow in it. Think about it. Sure was not the greatest either. Sure. Ornament. I'm gonna hear me say that quite often with all the ones we go over because they're not great by default. They represent like 1% of all the characters. Jean. Jean. Oh, this was a meaning lapse. Oh, those are our three from yesterday. Let's take a look at Bob really quickly. I'm just gonna put with his yellow fingers. Oh. Yeah, his yellow fingers. Maybe that can help. Okay. Alright. Let's get into our lessons.
蓬勃
Hongbo. Interesting. Hover. Oh no, dishevel. Dishevel. Oh yeah, dishevel, vigorous. Okay. I kind of, in a way, it can be a little
蓬勃
chaotic or hurried or panicky.
抢劫
抢劫. Yeah, steal, rob, or rob, sure.
抢劫圣贤
正贤. Holy, qian. Worthy. Holy and worthy. Sage. Not quite where felt more like an adjective. Okay. Cheng xian.
圣贤畏惧
Wei ju. Fear plus fear. Hang on, I gotta look at this again because I can't seem to recall the other fear. I mean, the other way. Fall.
畏惧
Okay.
腹部
Pull. The abdomen and then part. Part is a holder.
腹部蓬勃
Or
抢劫腹部 畏惧、圣贤、渔船、
渔船 fishing boat next
渔船、牧场、
牧场 moo herding place or pasture I heard of sites herding sites
牧场、燕子、
燕子 okay
燕子、劫持、
劫持 yeah rob and 持 support oh yeah right this is that 持 thing okay
劫持、牧民、
牧民 hurting people or not hurting people but people who herd same dealing
牧民、渔船、牧民、燕子、
燕子
劫持、牧场、
right
渔民、
渔民 people who fish
渔民、堆叠、
堆叠堆 pile and then pile up 堆叠
堆叠、称肠主妇、
撑肠主妇 prop up 肠 abdomen oh no intestine 主妇撑肠 is full already 主妇to lean on the abdomen yeah fine that makes sense Chung is probably the weakest of the one. No, Chang is second. Chang, oof. Okay. Chang. And our new one is Fu. And then Fu as well.
称肠主妇、
That kind of goes from, oh no. Actually, Chang is the oldest. Then Chung is second. Then Zhu. And then Fu.
Peng.
Peng? You don't look like any other Peng. That's an interesting combination. What are the drums like? Let's take a look at drums. There's a Shu. Not the greatest, but I do see double Pengs. The double Peng. Triple Peng. Oh, with this thing. Okay. Interesting. Oh no, that's a proper noun though. Okay. Inflate. Patrick stars inside the English Manor where he's trying to inflate a deflated moon that is on the carpet. He takes a special drum and uses hair to attach it to the moon. Patrick then starts beating the drum as the butler watched on, and the beats of the drum slowly inflate the moon. Oh boy. Inflate. hair. Hmm. Metric is inside the English manner. Okay, well, you know what? Inflating them. Okay. Man, that hair though. I think we're okay. I'll give it a shot. Inflation. What type of inflation? What is that? 通货. That's inflation, money inflation. 通货膨胀. 通货 is like currency. And then inflate, swollen, inflation. Okay. I'm actually genuinely curious if it's both. No, it's currency inflation. Wait, if it can be used for both. No, just currency. Makes sense. It would be pretty outrageous.
彭京
Jing. You look like Jing or Jing. There's Jing. Like our looms are Jing and Jing. Do I remember? Yeah. Oh, I forgot about Jing. We had Jing, Jing, and Jing, or Jing, Jing, and Jing. Totally forgot about energy. Interesting. And Qing is the other one. Or light. Buckets between. This one's gonna be rough. Anyways. Okay. What type of stem? Are we talking about flower stem? Yeah. I mean, there's flower in here. Jimmy Neutron is in front of the English manor on the immaculate lawn. He has a bunch of flowers that have no stem piled beside him. Okay, he uses the loom that lays on the lawn to create a stem for each flower, attaching them one by one. Then plant their stems in the ground so that they will continue growing. I'm okay with that. Jing makes sense.
京渔民彭堆叠
堆叠. Okay.
京
撑场主妇.
称场主妇
撑场主妇.
接
Oh boy, it's one of those concepts. Oh wait, but that's Mina. Mina? Probably Mina and... I'm actually not sure if it's Atama or Atam or Heibat. Mina sounds Heiban. Mina? Yeah, that sounds like Otama. Let's see. Alright. All is okay. Just now. Yeah. yeah. I don't know if our stacks is stacking. We're not stacking, right? Oh, there's steps. That's right. There is steps. Alright, I guess we're going off steps. Although there is xie as well. Sharing it with xie. Hi, boy, howdy. And Huynh? Okay. Anyways. Steps, okay. Your Minitron is in front of the electricity plant, dressing in a denim work uniform. Okay. Helping them install some solar panels, sure. There's a huge stack of these white panels. Solar panels are not. Anyways. And Jimmy accidentally bumps into them. All of them fall down from the stack, crushing Jimmy below. That is not where we're going with that. Unitron is in front of the electricity plant. Designing some designing a stack of white solar panels, sure. And then having this robotic dog install them. Everyone knows. Wait, Jeju. Okay. Yeah, sure. It makes sense. Okay, cool. We're good.
接袍
Pao does look like a Pao off the package. Gown does have that suit there. Okay. Patrick Star is inside the barn wearing a suit. He goes over to the stack of hay near the cow and finds a package he ordered, which he opens. Inside is a gown that is white with black cow spots on it. Sure. Patrick rips off his suit and immediately dons the gown. Now he feels like he fits in with the cow. Sure. That works alright. It could be a cow suit as a gown. Is fine. Oh, qi pao. Yeah, we know what a qi pao is. Shui pao. Okay.
袍 仆
Pool? Plain? Oh. We do have another... Yeah, we do have another pool, which is actually very similar. But more like you in a way of common, being common. But plain can be common as well. Like in pool, universal pool. Oh, we also have pool, but where's pool? I'm pretty sure. Oh no. Oh no, it uses a different character. Oh no, which character am I thinking of? Alright, I guess we're going off pool here. Universal. What was the character for Universal? It's pool. Dang it. Oh no. Oh yeah, ordinary, right. What is ordinary? Nami. Yeah, Nami. Dang. Alright, I was way off the mark on this one. Popeye is inside the living room of the house. Popeye has so few things. Next to Neo, man, that is a short list right there. Kind of opposite. Very short list, along with Neo. Popeye is inside the living room of the house where he is making a plain dinner. He gets a big sheep and impales it onto a tree. Then places a laurel wreath on top of the sheep. He lights a fire on the carpet to make a plain cooking fire and places his plain uncooked sheep above it so I can cook. Whoa. Nah, we can't make Popeye like that. Actually, I don't think I've ever seen Popeye consume anything else. Popeye is inside the house, where he is planning a plain dinner of greens, including his favorite spinach. He the laurel wreath. He plates greens in the shape of a laurel wreath, sure. And also had like big laurel wreath and have his a plain sheep that join him in consuming the greens. Yes. Oh, no examples. Interesting.
湖蹲
I wonder if pu like pu putong putong not like 普通话 but like everything's the same and simple situation. Not I wonder if I got those two things overlapped when I'm listening. Huh. Sincere. Dwin doesn't look like Dwin. The left looks like Xiang. Right. The left is Xiang. The right is I don't think I have anything that stands alone. I don't think I have Foreman standing alone. How's the Foreman game? How's our Foreman coming along? Super eclectic. I don't think we have too many of these. Dang, that is a short list. Although Dwin seems to hold up pretty well with the Foreman, so this starts a new group. Alright. Dumbledore is in front of the infirmary where there is a shrine of a sacred wizard nurse he wants to pray to. That's weird. In front of it is a foreman and some nurse who won't allow anyone near unless they're clearly sincere. The foreman looks into Dumbledore's wizard eye, realizes he is sincere, and says he is sincerely sorry for the hassle and lets him through. Dumbledore goes in front of the shrine. Okay, that's good. That's throwing in a lot of sincere. Okay. Gotta make sure not to write something like Xiang or to sincerely urge. Okay. But two is a weak thing. When two weak oh, that Dwin. I didn't make that connection even though we had Lun recently.
Dun Tong.
Oh, that's a coincidence. That does look like a tong. Tarzan is in the basement of the temple where he finds a large bamboo tube lying on the rock floor next to some old relics. He crawls into it and finds a sacred mask while jungle carving on it at the end of the with jungle carvings on it at the end of it. Not quite. I wasn't thinking of like a big tube. I was thinking of a small tube. That kind of works. Kind of crawling. Microphone? Oh, interesting. Platong. I mean, it is a tube to some extent. Xiao Diantong. And oh, interesting. Flashlight. Well done. Well done.
桶 接
That one's gonna be rough.
桶 胡 刨 蹲
Some of these don't pair up, man. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break now. I'll be right back. Hey, Miko. It's been less than a week. Certainly feels that way, I suppose. Alright, let's get into our reviews here. What? Huh.
太 烦
Okay.
囤
No, not particularly. Nothing particularly changed in the last week or so. Is that not a bowl? Hold up. It is.
饭碗
Oh, what? Hmm.
饼
He acts like a tree. To do what? Hmm. Hmm. That's disappointing. I don't know where the tree thing is. The hood, the person, brown. This is a pass. I can handle. It's okay on the map. That's
碎
oh, I was using it as a verb. Oh, that's wool.
跳 富翁
那个富翁非常慷慨，
Did you ask how that one person has gone about managing foot pain from long spans of time standing, etc. lately? How successful various things have been so far? What do you mean? You rest. That's usually how foot pain works. And then you do mobility exercises during periods of non-rest. And endurance is always built based on the maximum amount of time that you can stand and then progressively overload over time. Those are kind of the tenets of endurance. Tenets of endurance is that you actually perform those tasks And then you use mobility exercises during recovery. And that's about it. There is cases for strength as well. You can strengthen around your joint. Your foot is technically your foot includes a bunch of joints, which is probably, in terms of foot pain, probably have something related to either the arches or the ankles. And then occasionally it goes up to the knee. Oh, was it not foot pain? You can't remember, but that sort of answered what I was wondering anyways. Oh, was it not foot pain? Could I ask how that one person has gone about managing foot? Oh, Bree, yeah. I don't know. We didn't really ask, unless you're talking, yeah, if you're specifically talking about Bree. She's working the whole week, I think. I think it's this week, so I haven't heard from her. But the goal for her is probably to do what is universal for the tenets of foot pain, or addressing foot pain. And obviously, that's the general idea, not the specialized idea. What sort of job is it? She's a cashier. And, well, she's involved in being on her feet around a store. Probably largely cashier work. And she has to stock shelves and all that and reorganize. So far, that's what I've heard anyways. Compass.
旋转，
风车旋转得很快。
高峰，
我们在高峰休息了一下。
有，
上下文。
上下文，
请仔细阅读上下文。
Context. Uh-oh. Is that thing in the middle supposed to be an armpit? Something makes me want to type like... Okay. Doesn't work.
风筝，
风筝挂在屋顶上了。
面貌，
这个城市的面貌在改变。
Mao is a weak one.
负，下午，
今天下午会下雨。
How come she applied for that job despite this being a little struggle? Money and obligations. Life is the explainer for that. Financial support.
歌，
What? The mountain mortar, hill mortar. Uh-oh.它的 OK， 它的设计有明显的Second mortar and pestle. Oh, not fine. Jobs sound tough. Oh, yeah, you gotta learn how to do it. Really? Oh, Jiang. What? Oh, that's a typo.
忘掉，被，悲伤，
我现在充满了悲伤。
悲伤。Dang.
夜，
I guess night works there too, actually.
疼，
Darn you, spider. Not a spider. I should rewrite those things as winter as opposed to Foreman. I don't know what this is. Darn. Oh, man, this one's weak each and every time.
俊，
What's this one? Might have to rewrite that.
哀求，
他哀求老板给他一个机会。
What stance do you usually take when people come with questions regarding decisions in your life? I ask them how are they coming to decisions about their life? More information is more information.
保持，
保持身材，
Or like protect or preserve. Keep, maintain. All the above.
爆竹，
孩子们喜欢放爆竹。
哦。 Oh no. Where's the hill coming from? Oh, is it like... No, that doesn't make any sense. Dang it. Huh. What the finger? Jeju. Somehow I thought this was Dao. Oh no, wait. Maybe the right is incorrect. Really thought this was like... Aquarium. Really thought that's yen, yen, or not. You're debating reconsidering getting on the autism diagnoses list too. Well, having things that would be made easier with the official diagnosis instead of just having physical report mentioned for school. I mean, that sounds like a way to think about things. If they can accommodate, that seems like something you can do, I suppose. There's only one way to find out.
驻守，
政府已经在关口驻守了军队。
军队驻守 position or station somewhere. Garrison, yeah, that's fine too.
飞翔，
鸟儿在天空中飞翔。
You're weighing if the label and discrimination is worth it. If I have to make a commentary about how you're weighing things, it's not a choice. If you really think that that is something that exists, it's not a choice. I'm incredibly apprehensive when people think that those things are choices. If it's a choice, you don't have a problem. The likelihood is you're self-diagnosing, and then you're going to convince yourself and get the diagnoses. Like, if we're talking about the concept of mental disabilities and mental hurdles, you don't weigh things usually. The mentality is that you do the best that you can with what you have. So using it as a crutch and using it as a weighing for a transactional is something that they want to take into consideration. I'm not saying that you don't, but having that mentality about something like that would suggest that you don't have that. Not that you don't. I can't tell. You just gotta get it checked or not. It's up to you. But generally speaking, when people approach things like mental illness, like compulsions and OCDs, they don't talk about those things. They talk about the symptoms and what they can do for it. It's not a choice. You don't transactionally decide that it's a thing that's worth it or not. You have it. So I want to be very clear about that. I think talking about it in that way illustrates that you don't have a problem. If you don't want, like, if you want a professional opinion on it, you gotta seek a professional about it. But to me, like, seeing it like a currency is something that would tell me that it's unlikely that you have any form of mental disability. Those things are not choices. They don't weigh, you don't weigh things, you have it. So whether you're labeled or discriminated against, you already have it. So it's, you do the best you can. And oftentimes it's not using it as a way to make things easier. Things don't get easier with actual illnesses. They get better with proactive betterment of self and practice. Other than that, it's a strange way to look at it, in my opinion. That's my personal sincerity, because it's very common nowadays, fairly common nowadays, that younger people who decide that they may or may not have something on a spectrum due to their practice behavior sees it as a choice. And prior to this coming generation, those things are not seen as choices, so you don't really have my empathy on this situation. I think it's very disingenuous to think that you have a choice. Professional and government associate organization already have essentially said you're autistic. I can neither confirm nor trust your judgment on that. But you said you didn't want to be on the list because you didn't want school or uni work discrimination. Again, that's a choice you have. From having it be official, that's a choice you made. So, whether you're choosing if it's worth it or not, that is up to you then. Way to make it a choice. My commentary, your comment that you made legitimately tells me that you did not digest my alternative perspective on this. You don't choose these things. You handle them and you improve upon them. But you're seeing it as a transaction. Well, if you're saying your professionals and government associated organizations already have essentially said you're autistic, then you're autistic. So let it be official. Unless you don't want it to be, then do something about it. It's not like it's gonna go away because you pretend like it's not there. Unless it really does go away. Like, I don't want to... I'm a little bit less sympathetic about this situation, because lots of times the way people talk about mental illness and disadvantages, they talk about like bargaining chips. You don't bargain with mental disabilities or different disabilities. Like the way someone comes up to me and say, oh yeah, you know, sometimes I just get angry at myself because I'm OCD or perfectionist. That's not, honestly, I have very little sympathy for someone who thinks that's how it works. You don't get to control or decide things, or some days you feel like this, some days you feel like that. Oftentimes these things are internalized. They are part of you. So whether you're labeled or not, yeah, that's something you're gonna have to live with if you think that you're truly that. So when you said you're debating about getting on to make things easier with an official diagnosis, go for it, I suppose. It's up to you. You've made those choices. I mean, the last time I checked, I don't think I choose when to have mania. I learn to practice to deal with them and manage them, and sometimes even manage to use it. Not whether someone thinks that I have mania or not, or someone, if it's official or unofficial to have mania, and they're things I deal with on a daily basis. Kind of weird to think of that. It's kind of, my example of this is like using my Asian appearance as a way to say, I wonder if I would call you don't have an issue with being autistic if you are. You do. Like, I'm gonna be a little direct here. You already given me 2 or 3 examples that you do have an issue, but they're not the issue about being identified as an autistic person. You identified the consequences and the perks you can gain by being autistic that is related to being autistic. You don't want to act like it's a choice or something. You don't mind about people thinking things. You just don't know if organization So you're saying you don't, and then you're saying you do. To me, personally, you just said you don't, then you do, then you don't, then you do. If you don't mind them, it still matters. Right? So if you're saying you don't mind it, I hope you keep showing other people, or at least myself, that you don't mind it. That's my, I guess, my 2 cents here. It's not an edge. It's not an advantage. I was gonna use a personal anecdote. Like, you're talking about discrimination and organizational discrimination. Like, should I write around and say, I wonder if people are going to be worried if I wrote that I'm Asian? Like, should I go and change my face because I'm concerned about organizational discrimination? That's what I feel like when you say you don't act like it's you don't want to act like it's a choice or something. Like, I'm not there with you with my, I'm not there empathetically. I don't think people choose to show or not, or declare if they're autistic, if that's important to you. I mean, it clearly, you say you don't mind it, but you brought it up. So I imagine it's somewhat important to you. It's not important to me. And I'm trying to express that. Like, you live with it regardless if it's discriminatory or not. It's not something you choose to ignore or hide or something like that personally, right? It's very telling whether someone is. And if you think that, we've conversed multiple times already, if you think that I have any reason to believe that you're autistic, well, I'm not a professional, nor am I a government associated organization. However, I have very little to believe that is the case. But again, I'm not a professional nor a government associated organization. A person that is able to make those decisions and weigh those pros and cons and the things you do is rarely an indicator of that. I have had quite a privilege to meet people who are on the spectrum, and perhaps they do get accommodations in the United States, especially a few of my colleagues who they are accommodated with more time and stuff on exams and stuff, and they do well. They don't go around weighing, in my opinion, the pros and cons. They take what accommodations they have and they run with it. They make more of it. In fact, that colleague was a far better scientist than I was, in my opinion. And that's not to say that I am officially labeled with any form of diagnoses either. What I can tell you is, if getting professional help makes you a better person or helps you become happier, that is it'll probably answer your question. Artistic equals Luna. Artistic, okay. So if it doesn't make you unhappy, if it doesn't make you happier, then I guess you have a choice about that. I'm incredibly familiar, I guess. Not well versed or an expert, but I'm incredibly familiar with what the current generation sees in like spectral disorders, I suppose. I don't really know what the proper term is now for these. It might be a little bit, when I was talking about comparing it to being Asian, that might seem a little bit indirect or like a whataboutism situation. My purpose of sharing the thought about being born a specific way or having specific things that make you, I guess, different or learn different is often not seen as a currency transactionally. It's at least from my life's experience, it's seen more as things you can understand better, and then understanding things better means you can take advantage of it or you can mitigate the consequences of it. So if you're asking for like a indirect opinion about what you should do, does doing the action improve your quality of life? If it does not, then you don't do it. If it does, then you do it. Either way, the goal is to not have regrets. So regrets can often seem as a promise of entitlement. So if you feel like making a decision entitles you to being happy, that's not true. I think that would be a very naive way of looking at the world. So like, if I truly had an OCD, declaring it or not declaring it does not change what I have to do about it. So if you declare something and it helps you, that's great. There's no promises that it will help you because you live with it. It's through your own actions and your perceived abilities that will help improve your station in life. You don't know the support will make it worth being looked down on by people. The support would be helpful. You already get much of it due to psychology reports. Well, then if you're afraid of being looked down on by people and that somehow relates to your self-worth, then that's something you have to weigh, I suppose. You can't really argue with that. If you think the support is worth it and helpful, I think the most realistic thing to think about is that you may be looked down on either way. So, like, I think you have to consider the idea, like, if you think getting support to be helpful and improving your position, that somehow that leads to people looking down on you, what part of that is already looking down on you because you use it as a crutch? Like, from our experience, I can tell you that there are people who want to be helped and they want to do better, as opposed to thinking about other people's cynicisms in order to excuse yourself from being better. Like, there's a lot to unpack here, but generally speaking, if I am promised help or like something that can make me a better me, then ultimately people will look less down on me than doing nothing about it, and only predicated on the idea that you look poorly on other people. Like, there's one that you can control, there's one that you can't. And you're weighing a decision you control, sort of, against something you can't control. It would suck if you're born Asian in a country that hates Asians, for example. I'm not actually suggesting this I'm hypothetically talking about this. If you're, like, it's not how I feel about my life. Generally, if you're born a certain way, and you know you're gonna meet people who dislike you because of it, or don't like you because of it, that's something that you don't inherently have control over. So when you're making a decision that you do have control over, predicating it on things you don't have control, you can make the argument that you also don't have control of people looking down on you already. Like right now, if you think that you're working inefficiently and then you're using pride as a reason to dislike people or have people look down on you, I don't think that's going to change whether you get support or help. People will still look down on you. Because in my opinion, if you chose pride and hubris and embrace cynicism, I don't think that's going to go away. That feeling doesn't go away at all. Like, people looking down on you, I mean, I don't want to sound too foreboding here. There are just as many people likely to look up to you and look down on you in the way you see it. So, like, how I would say there are more people that look down on me in my life than look up to me. And personally, I don't like the idea of people looking up to me. So, or even treating equal, I think people are different and you can't control the idea that you are different. That's kind of like the idea of living with a mental, quote unquote, a mental condition. I think I like the word condition, a mental condition. So you can choose to pretend like it exists or it don't exist, depending on other people's opinions. That's fair enough. You make the decisions that make you happy. My take on this is I don't make decisions based on things I can't control. Or maybe you can, but you wouldn't know. Like, how many people, like, your argument is that people look down on you, but my impression is you already think people look down on you already. So whether you make the decision or not, there will be people who look down on you. And then in being a realist, there are also people who don't. So you can make a decision based on how many people won't. So if you officially take the label, get the help, it becomes helpful, you thrive, and you become better, they don't look down on you. It's not that they would look down on you for getting more support, more so for having the diagnoses. I'm not saying either. You're conditionally changing the nature of the argument. It's true in both situations. Like, this is irrelevant of what the context is. There will be people who look down on you no matter what you do, and there will be people who don't, no matter what you do. What you chose to do here specifically is to embrace cynicism. You didn't say the opposite. You clearly only wanted someone to fulfill things. Then don't. Like, if you're making such a strong case for not being diagnosed, then don't. Because you literally only say negative things about getting support and help. That is your choice. Like I said, if you make the decision, there will still be people who will look down on you. It doesn't matter if it's support or diagnose or not. There are also people who won't. But you didn't mention anything about people who don't. You know, the people who are helping you, the people who think you can still be successful. That's why they spend resources on you when you have a quote-unquote official diagnosis. People who spend time and invest on you. Like, all those people don't matter in this decision, apparently. Because what you want to try to focus on is all the cynicism that exists. And that's a way to look at it. Fair enough. Again, I don't have sympathy for individuals. I don't pity people, is what I'm saying. I've mentioned this a couple of times in the past couple of days. I don't pity people. I encourage them to move to action. So if you're going to sit there and say, I'm trying to find all the reasons for me not to do something that may benefit myself because of my hubris and pride, then that's your choice. Having wanted to do it, but then other people think I should be moving into uni stuff, so I'm just thinking it over again. You should before moving. Haven't wanted to do it, but then other people think you should before moving into uni stuff, so you're thinking about it over again. And those people, do they look down on you? Or do they have your interests best in mind? Like, you know, other people that think, because my thought is, if you're only saying people look down on you, then I would imagine people who care about you also somehow look down on you as well. I have no idea what your situation is, but generally speaking, the world is a mixed place. It's not filled with the worst of people. It is also filled with the best of people as well. If you feel like the whole world and everyone around you are people that are going to look down on you, I can't change any of that, obviously, by whatever I say. So that's probably a hurdle that you may want to come to terms with a professional, ironically, with a professional or someone that you trust. For myself, people around me live with a lot of things, and they've become stronger, or at least they worked it out on their own. They don't usually do things to hide or concern themselves with people holding them down. They work on building themselves up. And it is from personal experience that the people that are around me, they don't talk about these things like it's a business transaction. And that's my 2 cents on this. They talk about what they can do. Like, I want to use something in order to not be disrespectful to those who struggle with autism and stuff. I usually use culture as an example. So me personally, if I go to school and everyone doesn't look like me, and they hate me for looking different, and they look down on me for looking different than they do, spending my time worrying about my actions, dealing with the idea that I am born looking different than the people around me, that is not how I choose to make decisions on that. I choose to make those differences important, recognize them, and work with them. They aren't people that look down on you. They're close to you too. But anyway, appreciate having another perspective. Well, if they don't look down on you, then you have examples that people don't look down on you despite having a diagnosis. So that would be not only another perspective, but that's something you already share that should counter and contradict your perspective. So I didn't say that there are people that don't look down on you. You did just now. So hopefully that lightens up some of the decision making. Again, you can still choose to go about your ways doing these things. After all this talk, you can still proceed to go and prove a point. I've certainly proved a point like that too. I stuck to my guns and decided, you know what? Sure, I have my suspicions, but generally speaking, I didn't ever walk into that, that doctor's office or something like that. I have a personal friend who did, because they had very close to what would be considered as a meltdown. And then there are two or three other more brilliant people than I am who use their pride and in the moment of hubris was able to find help, right? So brilliant people don't walk around with none of these problems either, and it's kind of nice to understand that sometimes help, if it's offered, is far more than weighing perhaps things that you don't have control over. That would be my 2 cents about that. Obviously, I'm not speaking in specifics because I don't actually know the specifics of any of this stuff. Let's see. Silk. Silk. Halberd. What is that thing right there? Is that supposed to be a cross? Oh. Is that no? Dang you. It's this thing right here. This thing is... Because it's bent like that, I don't know for sure. So if it was an armpit, let's say it's a cross, right? Let's say it's a cross. So we have a halberd, a cross, and silk. What the halberd? On a different note, you think what made you not find enjoyment from anything school related is due to doing badly recently, but you don't know how to split those two things apart and they worsen each other? That sounds about right. I tend to agree with that. What do you look like? Do I know what you look like? Let's break down that. Silk doesn't carry anything. Does Halberd? Kind of. Does this shape? Does that shape carry anything? No. Alright, we'll come back. Oh man. Pretty sure the left is stronger than the right. Oh, what's up with the aquarium and splashing? I really thought it was Tao Yin. No, that doesn't. Something le do. Do bu. Do bu yin. 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 It's perform. It's definitely perform. So the right is stronger. Yin. What? Huh. Well, that sucks. Oh no. Oh, Chung. That's typo. It's like maintain, preserve. It's fine. Preserve is. Still want every issue in life to just disappear overnight? Yeah, that sounds about right. Here's something that's a very sobering thought about that. If someone could make all your issues in life just disappear overnight, then the following night you'll have all those issues again. And would wish it again. Because wishing all your problems and issues away doesn't give you the ability to solve those problems. The thing that we build, or the things that I often emphasize, is that things that get explained and get treated for immediately are not things that you solve and manage and understand. That's kind of the consequences of why the internet presenting information all the time makes it feel like you solve problems, but you don't actually solve any problems. Those things go away because you're using someone else's experience. So like, it's most definitely going to be a persistent thing if things disappear because someone else is doing the work. And one of those humbling experiences is probably issues you find in life. It's, I think, a more innocent, for the respect of other people, a more innocent example would be someone who has money problems, and then giving them money is going to solve their problem. It's not going to solve their problem. The problem will only recur once the money's gone. The only reason you care about finding an actual way to properly improve things is in hopes that will help with future problems and actually make the current problem be more properly gone though, the only reason you care about finding an actual way to properly improve, yeah, but you're finding those ways. You're not working through those ways. Like, you haven't done anything long or consistent enough to be working those ways. Finding a way, that's what the internet does. You can find lots of quote unquote, I guess the key word here that you use was actual ways. Well, the actual way to make those things work is to do them long enough to actually make them work and improve things. You and I, we haven't known each other for that long yet, and I don't think there is a singular consistent thing you have done in which you've done it long enough, because it's impossible at the moment because we haven't known each other for that long. I don't think there's a singular thing that tells me that the only reason you care about finding an actual way to properly improve things, to help solve future problems, is to work on those current problems. And do they properly go away? I think that's also an interesting question that you want to ask yourself. Does current problems actually go away? The specific problems we're talking about when you're saying every issue in life, those problems don't actually go away. Like, I'm not entirely sure if we're on the same page in that. That's probably a life lesson situation. Like, your struggles in school aren't actually going to go away unless you stop going to school. You're not actually going to improve things if you want to better yourself. Problems come up because you want to better yourself. Those are inherently tied. They're not separate things, in my opinion, personally. They're not separate things. You become a better problem solver because you're constantly going to be solving problems. They don't disappear, but you're unsure what follows up that information, because you're not necessarily looking for information. You're looking for experience. Experience of which you don't want because you're constantly looking for information. Like, it's both. It's both. You're definitely doing one really well, in my opinion. You're definitely doing one, and it's very reflective in the way you argue and excuse yourself and talk about things. Like, a solution to your school problem is to officially label yourself autistic. That would provide you with more information. Now the question is, what are you going to use? What are you going to do with that information? You're oftentimes, what I see personally is you look for information, and then you use that information to look for more information. Rarely is it using the information. Like, for example, if you're going to take the official diagnoses, the information you're going to get is that people are going to look down on you. Not what you're going to do about it. Like, what you're going to do, like what are you going to do when you get that and how you're going to do it. It's more, that's what's going to happen because that's the information I have, or that's the information you have, or that's what the information other people have, right? Less doing, more information. It's a great starting point. Information, being well informed, is a great starting point. And I don't necessarily think this is something that I can ever explain, because this is the part where explanation is by experience. Like, I can't explain to you what it's like to know that when I get on every day, there are at least a billion people who could care less what's happening in my life, who could care less what I'm doing. It's those people who do care that I care about, technically. Regardless if I say, oh yeah, I talk to each stranger, I try to invest in each stranger, but until that happens, they technically don't care about you. And that's kind of one of those things, right? Now, if someone looks down on you, that's kind of curious, in my opinion. If someone looks down on me, they actually care to look down on me. But the vast majority of people don't care about you. They don't even know you exist. At least in my opinion. So whether that's catharsis or comforting or not, I think it's interesting to know that when you have a lot of information, so say like the information tells you the success rate of people with autism to get a postgraduate degree is 3% chance. You have that information. Now what are you going to do about it? Or what are you going to do with it? You could go and spend the rest of your time and look at that 3%. These are made up numbers, by the way. I'm pulling random numbers. You can use a different hypothetical and say 90% of autistic people are able to graduate university or something. I don't know what the statistics are. That's information. The question is, when you get that information, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do with it? And those are the decisions you do make. And when you make those decisions, you also have to work with them. Sometimes I feel like when people make a decision, at least in this day and age, they make a decision, that's where they stop. Like, for example, I decided to learn Japanese today, and then they do it for one day, and then that's it. Like, maybe they'll do it again every other day or every 5 days, and then it becomes every 11 days. And then they'll go around and tell themselves that, oh, you know, I've learned Japanese before. Like, I mean, a stranger can't say, no, you didn't learn Japanese because they don't know anything. Like, I wouldn't. I would be very scared to assume that when someone says they're practicing and learning Japanese, that my gut feeling was like, oh, you probably didn't. Now, hear me out. That's how other people who made it or who has done it a long time, they would be apprehensive. Kind of the same argument as the looking down upon people. So you have cynical people. You maybe have someone who's fluent in Japanese, and the first thing they will say is, nah, you didn't learn Japanese seriously. You wouldn't be saying that if you didn't. Not my cup of tea. I don't want to jump in on that bandwagon. But generally speaking, I think oftentimes when people say they're going to decide and do something, there's no accountability for that decision. And I think that's a life lesson that becomes very real when you start doing things. This might be like talking to people who can't empathize yet, right? If you're a lot younger, it can be very difficult to know the pros and cons and the bright side of accountability. Like, I'm accountable for what I say here because my life involved many of those decisions already. And it is something that is very difficult to explain because accountability isn't something that is simply explained by someone who doesn't share the same experiences. Like, I can't tell you what it's like to grow up in a situation where, like, I can't tell you to not feel bad about things and feel good about things, about being different, right? Discrimination is inherently based on differences. I lived a life of differences, and it provided a different perspective on how to manage and problem solve those things. So if it wasn't autism, it was racism. If it wasn't racism, it was anti-Americanism. If it's, the list continues. The thing is, over time, experience in addressing those things make it so that the current issues or problems, hopefully, when they continue to recur, because they will, or they will likely recur, you become better and better at managing them. Hopefully, at least in my opinion. If not, help, like support systems, your loved ones, those structures can be on that. On the topic of JP, it's now been a month since you started trying to be consistent, and the 1 month streak has been reached. Congratulations. Now hopefully whatever you're doing remains consistent. I'm glad you count the 1 month streak as an example of consistency. I'm not entirely sure if you were doing the same, similar things for that entire month. That's good to know. Now you can do something for a solid month. I mean, you also have been living for 17 years. Also, congratulations to that. And, soon, congratulations on another anniversary of your living years as well. Living is tough. That's exactly the point. So you've done something tougher. Isn't that all the more reason to know? You don't mean that in a dark way? Well, living is tough. And I don't actually mean it in a dark way either. Actually, quite the contrary. Living is tough. You've done more things that are tougher than the topic of Japanese. If, by that, you don't mean it as a dark way, right? Living is tough. It's probably tougher than learning Japanese. Question is how much of that living is, a good question would be, how much of that living can you extract and dedicate it and use it to bolster your other skills, right? Your other acquisition of skills. I can't even imagine what it's like to Xing Xing shared with me this in the last 2 days. I can't imagine what it's like to relearn how to walk and run again. So, got lots of skills. Hopefully they take you and encourage you to develop them even more. For example, if you are, we'll go back to autism. If you are autistic, it's not like it's something you didn't live with for a very long time. This is a way to diminish something. For example, celebrating things is great, right? It's also a recognition that you've been doing it for a very long time, or a significantly long time. So in that way, it's a great opportunity to see all the things that you're able to do in that time. So if you're celebrating this 1 month streak, it's also an excellent time to reflect on all the skills that you might have developed in that 1 month streak in order to keep it with you. I love that people celebrate their birthdays. I love it even more when they use that beautiful, wonderful day to reconcile and, consolidate all the things that they've done in that 1 year of life. It's probably something. In reality, here's a sobering thought. in reality, a lot of times celebrations are used to compensate and cope with all the things they don't want, all the things that they have yet to do, all the things that they have failed to do. I think that's more of an internet thing nowadays, where celebrations are a way to offset all the neuroticisms that they have. So like, oh, you know, when someone's birthday comes on, it's like, yeah, I don't know, it's not a big deal. It just means I'm getting older, so I have like more problems to deal with. That's a different story. You have developed a slightly lower level of dislike towards the concept of flashcards. It's fair. A slightly lower level of dislike towards the concept of flashcards. I suppose that is a win. And it's certainly going in a specific direction. Oops, I added a G there. This is a perform. I think it's the left character that's out. I swear I typed out. Yeah. What did I type the first time? Okay, I know I typed 导演, 导演, because what was the first? Okay, I might have typed Dao the first time. Dao? I wouldn't have typed Dao. 2, I don't know. This didn't change anything, so I'm okay. I don't know what I typed the second time then.
铁匠，
铁匠为我打造了一把剑。
戒指，
这枚戒指很贵重。
戒指 You're lacking 这买戒指很贵重。You still dislike them? Fair enough. Like fingernails? No, that's armor. Finger, like ring finger? Finger rings? Wait, what is here? Hmm.
墨镜，
我忘了戴墨镜。
Yeah, I don't know what happened here.
导演，
他导演了多部影片。
Direct is fine. I want to say it's... Oh, it is finger ring. Interesting. That sentence is a little weird. Do you ever feel Wanikani and HanziHero can feel tedious? Nope. What's tedious is when I'm too tired to do something to learn. So things that can become tedious are things that I don't find value in. So lots of times that's a no. Most of the time. Being sick is tedious. Which has been a while. Or having allergies is tedious. Having respiratory problems is tedious. Having OCD is tedious. Things I choose to do are not tedious. Because I know what I want to do, and what could happen. But things I don't have control over, probably tedious. I usually don't think about them that often, though.
揣摩，
我正在揣摩老师的意思。
我现在揣摩老师的意思。Speculate or like figure out, I guess. Maybe figure out is better. Uh
母乳，
母亲通常喂养婴儿母乳。
Heck. Ooh. Like breast milk? Ooh. Okay, that's fine. Trey Cole, Trey Cole, 笑。
吹口哨，
他常常在路上吹口哨。
揣测，
我不喜欢被人揣测。
我不喜欢被人揣测。Interesting. That sounds like that definitely sounds like a comment, an internet commentary right there. I don't like being speculated by others. Okay. Am I any closer? I am not. Somehow it makes me want to type woo though. Okay. That is not it. That is not it. The finger and candlestick? Huh.
押金，
他们要求付押金才能租车。
煮，
Okay. We're back again. Hmm. Oh, maybe it's... Oh, okay. That line of thought did... There's a little bit of, What in the world? Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, that's not it.
烹 滑
Uh... Oh, this one.
被 破产
这家公司因为财务问题而破产了。
Ho-chang is weird. Oh no, I forgot. I got stuck on this too. How does the hill? I really thought it was Xian, but Xian doesn't make any sense here.
缺陷
它的设计有明显的缺陷。
I have no idea how this works. Xian. I'm gonna guess like shortcoming. Defect, yeah. Okay. Dang. I ruled out myself on that one.
我 吭声
遇到困难时，他从不吭声。
高潮
小说的高潮部分很感人。
Climax? Or the crest? Pretty sure. Okay. Crest is fine. Crest is same deal.
害
Lao Bai. Lao Bai Ying?
老百姓
老百姓
的利益。
Common people? Sure. 老百姓。老百姓。
反应
这封信反映了他的想法。
Ying. Okay. We're trying to put some distance between us and that one character that I can't seem to figure out right now. 迟到。
迟到
你昨天迟到了。
Ugh. Hold. I can YOLO this. I'm gonna YOLO this.
真诚
他是真诚的朋友。
Like, I guess, like, earnestly or sincerely. Like, really or truly earnest, sincere. Yeah, that's... Earnestly is fine too.
北方，
北方的风景很美丽。
Northward. I like north direction. The north. Oh, northward is fine too. I like the north in the north. How do you do that?
天，
国. Oh no. 国. Yeah, 国业. No. 国际. Wait, 国际. 国际. Wait, 国际. Why? What the? I'm gonna say why my
外卖，
送外卖。
takeout. All right, we're back. We're back. Just do we have a fresh take? Oh, I might have a fresh take. Hold up. No, I think that's tree. Dang it. I was hopeful.
日，国籍，
他是中国国籍。
他是中国国籍。Yikes. I don't think armpit work. I still feel it's like cross. For the tricky cards, you keep retrying as much as you can and think there's a chance you get it. Yeah. Because I'm trying different things each and every time. Or try to try different things. It tests what I know. Looking at the answer would remove all of the potential learning potential from it. Is it like the silk is wrapped around the halberd? The halberd is definitely cutting the silk. But what's the cross doing? Wait. Oh, it's like... Oh no. Dang it, that doesn't... Was it like making a grip with the silk? The halberd is definitely meant to like cut the silk somehow. It has something to do with machinery, like making something. Darn. Okay.
中，
We'll come back. What the bundle and what the bundle? Outfit. That is not good.
赖
Oh, it is lie. Oh no. Okay. I would say I got a little lucky there, but I did. There was many reasons for me to think it was lie.
倒霉
你活该倒霉。
售价
请问这本书的售价是多少？
or selling price. Yeah. A page coming. I'm just gonna take a wild shot at it. Heck. Okay. Uh-oh. I'm not seeing it. Fire grain stuff. That's a heart work. Where does this heart come into play? Oh, it's probably
丑 自私
自私是一种缺点。
what? I guess selfish is probably better, huh?
顺眼
不顺眼，
Like pleasant looking or smooth looking. Pleasing to the eye, that's fine.
占
Yeah, I do this every day. I was talking about this in the Discord, sort of speak, when Fictitious talked about blueprint spoilers. In the general chat, when Fictitious said that he was making a notice that people are over blueprints and they just want to be spoiled, quote unquote spoiled, or like look up the solutions and whatnot. And I made the idea, I talked about, yeah, basically the thing that he's observing is what I was relating to the idea, which is related to what we talked about today. I feel that story spoiling was a natural progression from the increase in explanatory experiences. So basically, when you have increase in explanatory expectations of mechanics and basically winning in general, over time that is a natural expectation of short turnover time on how to win things, how to solve things, right? But it's not how to solve things. You are given the solution. So, and there's no reward in it, as in the reward is so seamlessly in like negligible that people prefer to have a short turnover in winning than knowing how to win, how to solve that problem, or how to guess or try or retry. Retrying to most people, in my opinion nowadays, is to do the same exact thing and hoping for a different result, which is then the reason to short turnover by looking for the explainer. So if you're flipping those cards and you haven't made an honest attempt in improving your way of retrying, then you have not retried. You simply repeated the same task and hoping that it somehow is different the second time around. So instead of doing that, which I agree, if you're doing the same exact thing, then flip the card, because you didn't learn anything more. right? And hopefully that flipping the card then gives you an opportunity to reflect on what you did in order to understand it. But that doesn't happen either. So the idea is that eventually even story related and immersion based things are mechanics. And that's how I relate back to language learning. So it's tough to talk to people when they ask for explanations to their own frustrations, for example, because having things explained immediately after spending such a disproportionately shorter period of failure time is often then solved by feeling of entitlement or like self-fulfillment by immediately completing those things. So this often leads to the idea that stories are no exception. They are finite and they end. Yesterday, Drama stopped by and told me that he prefers mechanics over story. And he made a comment that was very different from mine, was the idea that stories end and mechanics stay. That's not true. Stories never end. Your life is a story. Everything you have is story. You get to choose when the story ends. It can mechanically literally end. So what he was doing, in my opinion, was he was treating stories like mechanics. Story is where the meaning is. Story is where the sentimentalism is. In fact, he made an argument that he likes to have games that are fun to play because they're mechanically fun. But the thing is, he just described his story reason to play something that is mechanically the same. They're not like compartmentalized. They're not different things. However, in the world of the internet, they are treated like they're the same things. So like personal human experience is the same as a mechanic. And that's where we go back to the whole autism and making decisions and stuff. When you build a story, your meaning, your reasons, why people hate each other, why people look down on each other, etc., those are stories. They have value and sentimentalism that's very difficult to explain with mechanics. That's not to say that in the maybe like the next 50 years, or if I live long enough to see it, people can reduce stories and human creativity and like nuance and stuff down to mechanics. For now, there's no explanation for the mechanics. There's no necessary mechanical explanation to why someone could explain why you're frustrated. And then when you understand those mechanics, somehow that frustration goes away. Like, if someone asked me, do I ever find something tedious? Yes, I do. It might not be the same things that you have, but I still experience tedium. I experience frustration. I experience compulsions. I experience loss of attention. And how they affect me is the stories that I'm telling, not the mechanics of the understanding. Like, I know how it is to be angry. I know how it is to feel happy and how it feels to be discriminated against. All those are things, like, if you reduce them to mechanics, then yes, you could think that you know everything. It's very easy to convince oneself that you can understand everything if you just understand the mechanics of everything. So that's like the internet world we live in. So how do you win at a puzzle game? Know the solution. Not the same as discovering the solution, trying many different things to see how you think to get to the solution. That's, well, technically that is a mechanic, but that is not the mechanic that I honestly think people think mechanics are fixed. They are they are stayed, as in they're constantly the same steps. And that's kind of one of the problem solving skills. Problem solving skills are dynamic. because it's not settled in mechanics. So whenever I hear someone who says they love studying or they want to learn more things, and then their favorite activity to do is study mechanics, my first thought is, eventually I like to think that they study enough mechanics that they understand that there are dynamic things and then there are static things. And the static things that you treat as static, they're less interesting to me. So the irony here is I agree with drama why the things we think about is less engaging, but we think about different things as less engaging. Mechanics are less engaging to me than story. The stories are more likely to be transformative than mechanics. And hear me out, mechanics can be transformative too. If you like do your artwork the same way 100,000 times over, there's a chance that it can transform into something else. Like it could elevate into a higher emergent property. That can happen. To me, it rarely happens. Like it's relatively less than the stories that people tell. Like understanding how this person became good at the artwork and understanding how you have come to enjoy their artwork is transformative. Understanding how they made the artwork, the power's in you. Then you're responsible for your story and your motivation. So like how did I get, quote unquote, how did I get better at dealing or retrying or constantly trusting people despite them, quote unquote, disappointing me? I keep trying. I keep retrying, right? But retrying is not the same as doing the same thing over and over again. You still technically have to do the same thing over and over again to test statistics. The mechanics of statistics is that you have to do something consistent enough to know that it is true. At the same time, you also need to understand the stories and the consequences that develop your retrying. So those are both in the end of the day, regardless if drama likes gameplay or story more, and then I like gameplay or story more, I was offering an alternative perspective to drama, but drama believes that mechanics is sufficient to enjoy a story, enjoy a game, and I believe a story is sufficient to enjoy a game, right? And the difference here is the similarities here is we kind of want both. Like both is the answer most of the time. You can enjoy the mechanics so much that it in itself becomes the story. And the story can inspire the mechanics that are to follow. And what is the story that inspires the mechanics to follow? My story is I was born Asian American, and I had to learn the mechanics of discrimination and racism when appealing to two different types of cultures, generally speaking. That's a story generating mechanics. And then you can argue the opposite, which is what I feel the large majority of people think about when they learn something. They try to understand the mechanics of something through information, do the mechanic, and hope, wishfully thinking that it will lead to a story they can build. And then, lead on to something else. So it's not bad or good. In my opinion, the thing I'm explaining is how individuals typically go about doing things. So online, you figure out how to do something, and then you hope that you can build a story off of how to do that thing. So if you want to know how to get A's in math, on the internet, you look up how. And then you hope that that person develops why. Like, why is this valuable? And the how after that. Like, you now know how. What does that mean? What are you going to use it for? Like, why are you going to use it? Why is it related to your problem? Like, do you know why you're failing? If you do know why, then you look for the how, and then you hope that it solves that so you can look for more whys, hopefully. But generally speaking, I don't think people look for whys anymore. That's meaning, right? So why do I do it? So if you're asking, like, for the tricky cards, do I keep retrying as much as I can if you think there's a chance to get it? I don't necessarily think I can get a chance. Like, I don't know if I have good chances to get it. It's not my concern. Do I keep on retrying? I do keep on retrying. And at some point, I do give up. So it could be reliant on the chance I get it or the things I run out of to think about. So chance to get it means it's the mechanic that you're playing for. You're playing to get the right answer. I'm not playing necessarily to get the right answer. I'm playing to see how much I know. Because why is that important to me? I need to know how much I know. That is the most important thing. Not what I don't know yet or what I'm trying to figure out. That can happen. It can include in that mess. So that's probably like a long-winded roundabout way of answering why that's the case. That is one of the biggest separations, in my opinion. What I'm doing right now is one of the biggest separations between someone who is experienced versus someone who is inexperienced. Not a bad or good thing, more of a life thing, like a life lesson thing. If you have done enough things in your life, the rewards of constantly trying to figure things out become bigger and bigger than knowing the right answer immediately. And I do that constantly, like every day. Talking to people, that's very similar. Growth, in my opinion, is depicted by that. I don't think human growth comes from watching other people live their lives and having them explain things to you. That is information that you can use for growth. Human growth comes from doing things. It's the stories that they build, not the mechanics that they memorized. And that goes with whole drama thing. He said that he likes to mindlessly grind in a game, and I told him, like, I want to show you something. So I was playing Neverwinter yesterday, right? That when I mindlessly grind, it's still mindfully grinding. Like, I'm not mindlessly grinding HanziHero. It's not tedious because it's not mindless. It's mindful. I'm trying to do more, not do the same. Doing the same is, in a way, very similar to the skills of coping. When you're coping, you're trying to maintain the same thing. You're trying to get back to normal. I'm greedy. I'm very greedy. I don't just cope. Like, coping tends to fuel self-pity because you pity yourself in order to get back to your normal. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to do more than what I did yesterday. So if that's a useful way for you to think about life, then hopefully it can inspire you to do so. I really don't like sit there and mindlessly do something. If I am, that doesn't mean things aren't mindless. There are things you do that are mindless, like breathing. Breathing is often mindless. At any one point of the day, though, I do mindfully breathe. So at any one given moment, you don't have to be mindful of everything that you do. It's the moments you set yourself up to do it mindfully that allows you to improve upon whatever it is that you do. If you're wondering, how do you improve breathing? Go take a breathing class. You can understand the mechanics of breathing And hopefully that from the understanding of those mechanics, you can explain why to yourself that practicing your breathing is going to be helpful, right? And if you're wondering, do people breathe very well generally? They breathe good enough. That is the answer. They breathe good enough. In most cases, things that become mindless or automated, they're only as good as they are automated. You know, like your habits are only as good as the habits you've practiced. They don't improve because you habitually do them the same way. So if you're studying, like this is where the difference between someone who likes learning versus someone who likes knowing. If you like knowing something, then you probably don't understand where all my time went. Like most of my time did not go into memorizing and knowing more Chinese or Japanese. Most of my time went into knowing how I learn, because I like learning. Learning is the point. It cuts down on a lot of problems, like tedium, because you spend more time practicing, actually. Quite the most substantial amount of time that people spend is repeating the same practice methods. And those things are tedious because they're no longer interested in it. If you have a working solution on how you practice your language, and even studying, for example, like studying in general, so that's a learning and practice. If you already have a working method and you're deciding, I'm just going to do this for the rest of my life, or like the next 5 years, so then I don't have to do it, then yeah, you have the mindset of someone who doesn't like learning. You want the easy route out. You want something that's automated so that you never have to learn again. You want the knowledge of being able to do something, you know, the output reward, not the learning part. And that's one of the biggest ways to illustrate the difference. These are the moments that are most important to me. Retrying the tricky cards, they are the most informative things to a person's learning capacity. Like problem solving skills and critical thinking, the foundation of critical thinking problem solving skills is trying to figure out how to overcome these things. When you have a personality, right? Not that personality is like permanent. When you have an existing behavioral pattern to avoid doing these things that I'm describing here, that is a great indicator that no, you don't develop problem solving skills or critical thinking skills. You avoid them. So every time you're trying to solve a problem by not solving it yourself, or not trying to do certain steps that you don't typically do, then you don't learn any of them. So for example, if the flashcard has an answer in the back already, right? Then you have no reason to ever practice how to cross-reference, use context clues. Like, here's one that I find it's a little bit more personally useful. When someone says immersion, immersion is often indicating the context, how the extent of the context that provides quote unquote an answer, right? It doesn't tell you the nature of that content, that context. So how do I figure this out? By retrying and trying. I'm leveraging my context to get the answer. How many ways are you going to be able to do that? If your answer is 1 because it solves 99% of your problems, then yes, it's always going to be that 1. And when it's not that, when you encounter that 1%, then you're SOL, right? Now the question is, what happens when fundamentally the thing you're doing, this one thing, is no longer sufficient? So now we're talking about a situation where your one method tanks to 50%. What are you gonna do? Now you're back to problem solving. So you could wait until that problem comes up, right? That's what most people do. It saves a lot of time. You save a lot of time when, oh, it's working good enough, then you don't ever have to solve a problem. If it works good enough, then you're good to go. If you're happy about that, then that's cool. It's only until this percentage goes up to a threshold that is no longer good enough that then you solve your first problem. Or you solve your first problem in a long time. And for people who are quote-unquote smart, probably not artistic, who are very smart, their first problems usually occur around adulthood. Because why is this the case? Usually that's when you're starting to look for independence. And that's not like a biological thing. Like I don't know enough about neurological timing and all that. I'm suggesting that socially across the world, like actually this could vary all the way down to like 13 years of age, because there are cultures that 13 years of age is still the coming of age, and it can go as high as like 25, which I feel that's the US medium now. 25 where you leave the nest. Mine was 18, so I'm using the number 18 is because that's the year that I left. Like I left the nest. So when you're becoming independent, your parents and your support systems are no longer around. But the school is no longer around. Like you might be thinking, oh, school is a support system. It is a support system. It's trying to help you gain your independence. Like it's challenging you with these thresholds so that you don't have to do it when it really matters, when you're alone. So if you have challenges in school and you overcome them, you're probably going to be more likely to succeed later on. If you never gain a challenge in school, that doesn't mean you're ahead. Like, I think that's one of the biggest, we're gonna even call it the biggest Duolingoism that people talk about, but it occurred well before Duolingo. It's the idea that there is this imagery or this idea that sometimes you think you're ahead because you encounter no problems. If you don't have any problems, technically yes, you're ahead in some ways. And there are things you're not ahead in. If you're always ahead, then you're never behind. So you'll never learn how to catch up. And then when you're behind, you'll learn how, you hope to learn how to get ahead, catch up. And then it gets easier for that, right? Because you practiced it. So if this is the first time you're behind, then yes, it's going to kick your butt. And if you decide that the best way to catch up is to not do any of that work, then you'll never catch up. You'll consistently fall behind because you never solve, in my opinion, you never solve the skills required to catch up in the first place. You didn't develop the skills to catch up. You read about the skills, but you never done them. You didn't practice them. So whenever someone says something like, I'm always behind, the reality to me is, if you're always behind and you're here and you're talking to me and you're still behind, then you never learned how to solve that. I often talk about how I'm behind from a perspective that I spend times when I'm behind and times when I'm not behind. And I usually share that the times that I'm not behind, I don't actually spend a lot of time there because I do, in fact, always feel like I was behind back then. and I have skills to help me with that. So in the future, I tend to go into things where I am behind to take advantage of the skills I have of catching up. So that to me is the reality of problem solving. If you are very excellent and you say that you have certain realities, and those realities exist, and they still exist, that would be an opportunity for you to learn how to solve those problems. If they continue to persist, then you continuously fail to solve the problem. In order to figure out where, why, and how that's happening, like how does someone continue to fail to solve their problem, despite them telling me a lot of times they understand what the problem is because they haven't solved any of those problems. That's the harsh reality. Someone tells me something like, oh, I know why this is. It's probably because of this and this and this. Like, okay, if that's true, why aren't you working on it? Like, well, because of this and this and this. It's like, no, because you don't know. Right? That's, you don't know. You're still so like conjecturing and you're presuming and whatnot. Usually problems are in the past of problem solvers. That doesn't mean they don't continue to have problems though. And that same problem can come back in a different way. Like for example, the problem of aging. The problem of aging will come back in different contexts consistently over and over again. You might think that you got it nipped in the bud, right? Like, oh yeah, I solved the problem of my, I don't know, foot pain. And then a problem solver would immediately think, oh yeah, I solved the problem of my foot pain, so I'll never have problems with my foot pain ever again. That is not a problem solver. That's a person who believes that they hope that they never see the problem again. So if you're being honest with yourself, it can help. Like, why is this important to be aware of it? Because it can help you understand how to make yourself be happier. Like, if you don't want to be a problem solver, you're gonna try to build around that, at least in my opinion. I think a lot of times people strive to be something they're not in the current state, and they're using wishful thinking to believe they magically become that overnight. Like, I don't think you magically become a good problem solver by avoiding and not having problems. I think I am who I am, like right now, and how I approach these things is because I did have a lot of problems. And all those problems still kind of exist, but they exist in their current state. Like, I still have trouble remembering things. Like, heck, if I know why our brain does, well, I kind of know a little bit of why our brain does this and consolidate, but your brain consolidating memorized information, that is going to be an existing problem that will happen for the rest of your life. So how do you make yourself happy with that? You ask why. Why is it making you unhappy? And what do you do with it? Well, first of all, it's kind of difficult to answer the question, do I have control over what I'll forget? For me, that's one of the most important questions I ask myself each day. Like, forgetting things make me panic. I am incredibly manic when I forget things. From a young age, I would have incredible anxious panic attacks when I try to think of something and I just can't simply remember it. Like, I can't recall, like a precious memory or something. I had not too long ago, maybe like 4 or 5 years ago, I was recalling a story about like my New Zealand trip, and I couldn't remember something. Like, it was like 3 scenes were blurred together, and I didn't take any photos, but my friends took photos, and we like talked because I started panicking. Like, I had a panic attack because I couldn't remember something that I thought that was really important to me. that's going to be for the rest of my life. So whenever someone thinks about things like, I don't know, having lack of focus or choosing day in and day out, my first thought is, do you want to solve it? Like, do you think it's solvable? What are the reasons why these things are negative? Because asking why is incredibly important now, more than ever, in my opinion, largely because they're imbalanced. I think rewind it back like 15 or 20 years, the first thing people would think about that lack information was lacking mechanics. Like nowadays, mechanics is in front of you. Mechanics is the normalized thing. How do you cook how do you cook the best banana bread you've ever made? Go look at a YouTube short. I know I could have said go look at a YouTube video, but that's not even true. Go look at a YouTube short and you're just like, all right, I can do that. Are you going to? That's the best question, in my opinion. Like, seeing that it can be done, to me, is the social norm of people thinking that seeing that it can be done is enough to know that they can do it. It's not true. I would say it's not true more than 50% of the time. So whenever someone comes at me and say, oh yeah, I've learned Japanese. It's like, oh, did you? You learned Japanese? Explain it to me. You know, they would go about it, they would talk about it, and it's like, huh, you explained a lot of things, but I didn't understand what you actually did. It's like, well, you know, I just studied a lot and watched a lot of movies. Yeah, that doesn't tell me that you did, that doesn't explain anything. That tells me you spend a lot of time doing something, but I don't see how I could use that information. Right? So you absorb a lot of mechanics, but when you go to do them, rarely do you actually do the mechanics and understand why and how they work. It's mirrored and it's trivialized. Like when someone says they learned Japanese and they like language learning, they don't give me the impression that they like language learning or even using Japanese. They tell me what they think they did, and that's as far as it goes. So whenever I hear I have my reasons or I have reasons to do something, like good. If you have those reasons, are they strong enough for you to do it? If it's not, then that's where it ends. It stays as reasons. It stays as speculation and conjecture. It's not experience. I think it's gone to a point in the internet's social normalization behavior is that somehow information can substitute for experience. And the humorous thing about this is, or the paradoxical thing about this is, the people that I speak to have no problems conceptualizing what I'm saying. Like, they can conceptualize the idea like, yeah, I understand. If I read a lot of books, that doesn't mean that I can understand the things without doing the things that I read, right? Not all the time. It can help with the things that you eventually do, for sure. Like, they're tied together. Conceptually, that makes sense. And then when I ask them, did you do it yet? Did you try it? That's when it gets a little hazy. Like, well, yeah, I kind of. Like, for example, oh yeah, Duolingo is trying to teach you some languages. It's like, okay, did you use Duolingo? It's like, yeah, no, I already know what I was getting into, and then a bunch of people said this, and I tried it for 10 minutes and confirmed what other people did. It's like, okay, so you tried it for 10 minutes. Like, well, yeah, and then I don't like it. It's like, okay, I agree with you. You probably, like, I respect that you don't like it. But do you think 10 minutes is sufficient to know? Like, oh yeah, I kind of know everything already because of other people's comments. Okay, well, thanks for revealing to me that you didn't do the thing respectfully. because you didn't like it, and that's accurate, right? So you didn't do something long enough to know. You decided that you dislike it and it's not worth your time. That is true. So next time when you go and say something, at least in my opinion, not for me, but it could help. It definitely could help when you communicate to someone else this intent. When you say you're gonna do something and you say you dislike it and it's not worth your time, start with that. You disliked it and say it's not worth your time. That means you didn't do anything. You decided not to do it. And in my opinion, that's very important because then you have accountability. You're telling yourself that there are things you think you can do, but you think it's not worth it. So you didn't do it. So you'll never know if you can do it. Because doing literally involves doing. So when someone says, I know, I really do take them at face value that they know something. They didn't do it and have the experience. Kind of like the 90% of my conversations with well-informed people. They would say, oh yeah, I know they're going to be upset. I'm like, you don't know. Did you ask? It's like, no, I just know because the higher chance of, did you ask? Like, it's a simple question. You would think it's a simple question, but that would be a little bit insensitive to say if it's a simple question, because the next question they would have is, well, you know, asking would be a burden to them, and then I'm antisocial or I'm introverted, so it would be difficult for me to ask the question. And I'm like, so you didn't do it. You're speculating that it's likely the case. You don't know for sure, right? So be careful, at least in my opinion. I think that's one of the adulthood life lessons. Accountability. Accountability is one of the adult lessons. And I'm going to tie it back to that question about do these tricky cards, do I keep retrying as much as I can if I think there's a chance to get it? Yes, because it's accountability. I'm holding myself accountable for this information. So I'm trying very hard, at least I'm trying to try very hard to know all the information that I have. And it is through accountability and trying hard that I learn something. Especially if that learning involves solving a problem that I have. And this might seem insignificant to people who say they know a lot of things. Like, oh, well, that's not important. Like, you're wasting your time with, let's go look at the bigger pictures. Like, those are the same people that I'm describing that think they know a lot of things, but they do very little. That's in my opinion, but I would say that's how I would counter argue. Like, oh yeah, you know it's insignificant. I don't know how many times you do this, but I would say in the course of a day, I would make at least 3,000 of these actions where I ask myself, okay, I'm going to do this thing, but I don't quite know how I'm going to do it. So today I'm going to do it this way and see what happens. Right? You make these decisions all the time. And my thought about accountability that I want to emphasize is that a lot of times thinking you're going to do something doesn't mean you hold yourself accountable for doing it. Thinking you're a nice person doesn't make you a nice person, in my opinion. It's both. It's not one or the other. It's thinking you're a nice person and also acting and doing that you're a nice person. I'm not making a competition about whether it's thinking or knowing or wisdom is more important or action. It's part of the process. It's the whole thing. So whenever someone says something like, oh, I know my problems. Okay. Demonstrate them to me. And then if it's true, then I can tell you, yeah, you're right. Those your problems that you're having does track with the problems that you're explaining to me. And I feel that oftentimes, more than 50% of the time, at least, if I coin flip, it would land more on the one hand that when someone describes a problem to me, and then I have them demonstrate the problem to me, I see something different. And we're not talking about having a difference in opinion. I would ask them, like, you just said that, everyone hates you, right? Okay, so that's your problem. Everyone hates you. Who's that you're talking to? It's like, oh, that's one of my friends. So not everyone hates you. Like, well, my friends don't count. Like, but you just said everyone. So is it now everyone but your friends? Okay. So now you're gonna tell yourself that, right? From now on, the facts of your participation in the reality that you operate is that everyone but your friends hate you. It's important to know that, because that means what is an option to make it so that everyone that hates you makes you feel bad. How do you make that less bad? I guess you make more friends. And then the question then you can ask yourself, like, okay, so I've made a friend. The person would come back at me and say, well, I got lucky. My friend, we bumped into each other. I'm terrible at making friends. Okay, but you have an existing friend. Did you ask them why you guys are friends? It's like, why would I ask that? Because it's all sheer luck that we became friends. But did you ask them? Do they have friends? Because you can also know that you have a friend, and that status and those things already exist. Like, I'm not making evidence and specifics out of thin air. The idea is you already told me these things. And when I mean you, I'm talking about a hypothetical person. I've gone through this dialogue at least a dozen times in detail already with several people. Like, the idea is that I'm not providing any of the specifics of their reality, and yet I can still not confirm all the things that they say. Oftentimes they say one thing and I ask them to explain something and it comes out in a different way. They are able to understand, at least in my opinion, they are able to see what's in front of them. However, that is part of the equation. What you think about your situation is the other part of the situation, right? The equation. So you need both to align. So when someone says like, oh, my life is entirely miserable because I don't have money, for example, like that's a hypothetical that is very difficult to rationalize. And it's not like I can give them money and then the misery goes away, but some people could try. I don't have money to give, so I can't foreseeably make that promise. So instead, I would ask them, okay, well, do you have things that don't make you miserable in which money can't buy? And they would be able to name things. They would be able to name other people's things. And then they would say to themselves, well, I don't have those things. I'm like, okay, well, it's good to know that you're able to conceive that there are things that make people happy that don't cost money, for example. So let's start there. How can you get that? If it doesn't cost money, then it shouldn't be a problem for you to achieve, right? Because you said all of the problems that lead to your misery is because you don't have money to have them. But you can conceptualize that there are things that you can have that cost nothing. At least not money. Not like we'll talk about time and stuff later. So the idea is, what is stopping you from getting that? If you don't have money, you can certainly do the things that don't cost money. That, to me, is how I feel about people who lack experience. Not that they're never going to get experience. I hope they don't. I hope, like, I truly hope I'm not, like, going to put a sock in my mouth for this one. It's the one thing that I personally wouldn't want to be wrong about. The one thing I don't want to be wrong about is that it's because largely I'm talking to younger people most of the time. And those younger people haven't had the opportunities to do a lot of different things by the time they become like 30 and 40 years old. So that's what I kind of don't want to be wrong about, but I'm okay with being wrong if it means there's a better solution, or like there's another outcome that was a lot more positive. The last thing I really want to think about is when I turn 60 and I'm still talking to 40-year-olds who sound like they're 18 right now, like at this very moment, because that is really a scary existence. You're asking yourself that the adults of the next generation is incapable of connecting their mental intents, like their understanding of the world, with what's actually happening. And that is crazy to me. It's so difficult for me to hear someone's problems and not think, wow, there's like 30 or 60, there's like so many ways to go about this. Let's start with one of them. And what they tell me is they have no choices. They are unable to do anything. There's no way they can possibly solve these problems. And that's healthy when you have limited experience. So the idea is you hope that there are adults or like people who are more experienced that are able to provide and, interact with people who lack experience. I'm not sure if that's going to stay true though. So, fingers crossed. I really do hope that I am sort of partially right about this, where in the future there's no concern about people who lack experience. It checks itself out, there's a balancing force somehow that encourages humans to have human experiences in order to allow them to be useful or possibly valuable, and maybe a pinch of selflessness for younger generation. Nowadays, I don't get that from the internet. People are not accountable for what they say, at least in my opinion. They can, and that's not the same as saying that someone has personal integrity. Like a content creator can do their best to be accountable. The content itself is never going to, it's rarely ever held literally accountable. Like, there's nothing to keep anyone from saying, oh yeah, I have an obligation to understand the limitations, the pros and cons of what I'm publishing. No, it's goodwill. It's good faith. It's in good faith, hopefully. That also means that without standardization and accountability standards, you can also have tons of people who have the lack of faith. And the younger you get, the more and more likely that it's negligent and it does not obey, it doesn't have to condition the same practices. You can have people, the younger they get, promote things that they lack experience in. What is that like? Offering study tips that will affect someone for 20 years down the line on their journey in Japanese learning and become the very source of their poor habits that they hate themselves for having. That is a dystopian future, which I hope doesn't come true. For myself, why am I ranting about this now? like in this very situation, is because I see it. That's a reminder for myself every day in and day out not to be complacent about my habits. I am healthy because I continue to confront and address my problems, no matter how minuscule or trivial your bro that steps by and is like, dude, put the fries in the bag, man. You've been chatting about this seemingly trivial problem, and the answer is right there. Like, I know the answer. It's that easy. Like, well, I'm sorry to rain on your parade, but the thing I'm describing, it connects to every single life issue that I've ever encountered. You practice what you preach, or at least I practice this particular thing. I don't practice everything I preach. It would be ironically hypocritical to say that humans aren't hypocrites. Like, I'm hypocritical. Humans change their minds. They ebb and flow. So I certainly practice this to the best of my ability. And that's solving things you don't know, that type of thing. You don't get better at remembering things by not doing anything, right? So if flashcards suck, for example, they can suck less by doing something, or they can continue to suck for you. That's also accepting, I suppose. I think that you can still be happy by doing things that suck. That's accepting the idea that you don't think the whole universe revolves around flashcards. Because where flashcards suck, graded readers don't suck. Or where flashcards don't suck and graded readers suck, but immersion doesn't suck, whatever that means. It works out. It balances out. Yeah.
站
Okay. What? What is this? A fur flag? Not that. No, it's not that. Where's the fur coming from? Something makes me want to type, heck.
热闹
Oh,
这个市场很热闹。
silence. We need to silence. Renal. Like, it's kind of like lively. Oh, it is lively. That's a combination of hot, like passion hot, and like noisy, so lively, right? Hot passion. Not that type of hot passion, the other type of hot passion. Oh no. I want to type Jian, but I don't know that's Jian. That doesn't look. Probably Jiao. Jiaonan. What? Hold up. Like pride or arrogant, no? Oh, is this this is Xian. Oh no. Xiang. Xian. Xiao. Rip. Oh no. Oh no. I don't. Oh no. Let's go 负担。
负担、
工作负担、
做负担。Like it's like losing money or like burden. Yeah. The losing thing, that burden. It's to carry loss. That's what a burden is. Flag. I don't think the flag has anything to do with the fur, I think. Or does it? It's not a form of like Mao. I don't think so. Dang it. Nah, no chance. I thought it was way. It's tail. Man. Wrong tone. I think we're gonna have to change this up to involve Walter White. Nope, that's selfish. Excuse me?
双向、
双向行车、
Oh, 2 ways.
尾、
No, it's 艰难。
艰难、
一场漫长而艰难的战争。
What? 贡献。
贡献、
你能贡献一些帮助吗？
贡献。Dedicate. Contribute. Right. Also, whoops.
向、遭、
Okay. Heck. I am gonna throw it out there and go with this. Okay. That's not it. This is equalize or something like that.
扳平、 受到，
足球队受到了非常热烈的欢迎。
OK，
宠爱，
他总是宠爱他的宝贝女儿。
烧，
YOLO? Oh no. Oh, what did I do there?
桶，
Oh no, we're back. Nah, we give up. Heckin' wrong? Oh no. Wait. Oh no, this is down. Wait. Is it down? Oh my gosh. Heckin'. It's a cross. That's a cross. Oh, feather down. Not down. Feathers.
容，
What? Oh no. Kai. Kai.
抠，
Dig out, it's fine.
想，
That's not it. No! Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I lost. Oh no.
灌，
Oh no. What in the world? Hmm. Let's focus on this first.
匿名，
这篇匿名评论非常可怕。
低头，
向压力低头。
向压力低头。Okay.
抨击，
他们抨击这项政策是不合理的。
函件，
我保留所有收到的函件。
Okay, what happened here? Yikes. Okay, Xiang. Happened to Xiang. It's not the same here as the other Xiang. Oh. Like, yeah, the Sama. Alright, so auspicious. I don't know if I can remember auspicious over time. There's got to be something else that deals with auspicious. I can't do it. I don't know yet. I'll have to work on that. What? It's not Kai. What? Oh wait, I almost have it. I almost had it. Oh no, it's gone.
赢
Was there. We almost had it.
思
What? Oh, 帝国。帝国。Not good, not good.
扫 帝国
罗马帝国很强大，
行
How does this work? Okay. Let's say, yeah, a bunch of people. A clock. Four 40高 I had a thought and I lost it last time. Oh. No. That makes sense. I don't think so. I don't know what that bottom box thing is supposed to be. I don't think it's one thing. Yeah, doesn't go off the link. Heck. That sucks.
Gowling
Oh my
他以
gosh,
气
it's
势高凌
Gowling. I don't know why it's Gowling. Oh no. I don't know why it's Gowling. I have no idea what that is. I had an idea and it slipped my mind, so Is it a form of measure? I don't know if it's a form of measure. What are the chances that it's just gallon? Alright, well... Yeah.
昼夜
动物昼夜活动，
Darn.
崭新
他穿着一套崭新的西装。
钻孔
你可以在墙上钻孔吗？
Oh, that's twin. Oh no, it's not. Oh, 拳头。
缺憾
如果失败，那就是一个缺憾。
I can't do any more errors. We need to
烟囱
房子的烟囱冒着浓烟。
We need to go. Let's try to get into this.
拳头
他握紧了拳头。
I have no idea what link is. That's so disappointing. Like, oh, like old person, like advanced age. Because it's ageling, yeah. It's fine. Old person's good enough. Advanced age is good. 70 years old. 70 advanced age. That's gonna be a problem in the future. Don't worry about that later. What? Oh. Wrong tone. I hit the wrong tone. It's Meng. It looks like Ming, but it's Meng.
八
Son of a bee sting. Totally forgot. Something about getting my he's like collecting, he collected $8 off of something. Horn. We're not gonna be able to remember that. I don't gonna be able to remember this. Maybe, oh, I did use 8. Oh no, I didn't use 8. Did I use horn? No, wrestle $8, right? Oh yeah, it's horn in mouth. Dang. How do I get to horn from here? I can do some. A trumpet. We'll come back to adding something. It's gonna be something about Lisa. We're gonna make it something about Lisa. Oh. What? Stone. I mean, that's a mouth.
帮
Heck. I'm gonna go with. Oh, Tway. Whoops, not. Alright, wait. Oh, yeah, it is. Daibu. Daibu.
一眨眼，
一眨眼天就黑了。
会晤，
两国领导人在会议上会晤。
带，哎呀，
哎呀，这食物太好吃了。
Okay, both these kind of suck, so I gotta go over these. I is. I don't even know how I works. It's like they were pranking him into his mouth. Ugh. And Ya was. Eve. Ya sucks too. Oh, they use the same thing? Oh. I'll have to come back to Aya. That's the only use case for these two characters as far as I'm concerned. For the time being.
理睬，
我父母不理睬我。
吹，某，肇事者，
目击者指认了肇事者的车辆。
逮捕，
警察昨天逮捕了一名小偷。
保佑，
我们祈求神明保佑平安。
大棚，
这个大棚很大。
What the 大棚? What the heck's a big shed? Oh. Big shed, a greenhouse. That's gonna be a problem. Oh, oh no. Uh.
呐喊，
他在比赛中大声呐喊，为队伍加油。
灯笼，
我们在门口挂上灯笼。
姿势，
正确的姿势可以预防背痛。
小溪，
小溪的水很清澈。
翠，蛙，丛林，
丛林里很阴暗。
君，遥控，
你有没有遥控车？
枉然，
他努力了很久，但结果却枉然。
Like bad people, like criminals, Vane. Oh yeah, yeah. Run. We're just gonna pass on Run, Vane. How does that work? I'm. That's a skip in vain. Maybe I can write. Hold up. No, that's a skip.
"启迪，
我们必须启迪人民。
血栓，
他因为血栓住院了。
悠久，
这座古城拥有悠久的文化。
It's like a extended, drawn out, long standing. Yeah. Fine.
"黎明，
黎明的空气很清新。
Oh, what?
下棋，
我和爸爸一起下棋。
棋子，
我把棋子放在棋盘上。
勒索，
他试图勒索他的钱。
Oh my gosh, extort. Extort is trouble. Super trouble.
笼子，
鸟儿在笼子里唱歌。
池，
Ah!
勇，
Oh boy.
或，
Dang you! Oh no. What? Oh, I had a G.
喷漆，
你知道怎么用喷漆吗？
干燥，
沙漠的气候非常干燥。
洗，
嗯，
茂密，
山上有一片茂密的树林。
heck. Wait. I am not thinking about this properly. Am I? Oh yeah, I am.
锅，月，
Oh, dang it. Wrong tone.
眼，
That one's rough.
俊，
That one is too. Huh? What? Oh, I missed the G. Dang it. Alright.
挽回，
我们必须挽回这个局面。
This one's kind of weird.
"甩掉，
他想甩掉坏情绪，变得更快乐。
谢，
There are so many questionable ones right now. Oh,
浊水，
他们在浊水中游泳。
that one was alright. This one's
亲爹
alright.
他从来没见过自己的亲爹。
This one's okay too.
炉灶，
这个炉灶很老旧了。
This one's okay.
经，俄语，
他会说俄语。
蒙，
This one's okay.
杨树，
For now.
村口有一排高大的杨树。
All the different trees. This one's okay too.
妹，
This one's fine.
冤，
I've got some decent ones along the way. Doesn't make me feel inept.
醇厚，
这道汤很醇厚，非常美味。
腰，茅台，
茅台的价格通常比较高。
茅台? The heck? Oh. Well, that might be a problem. I'm just gonna take a jab and say... Okay. It's not.
富，
That's a problem.
渗透，
水渗透进了墙壁。
足，
呃，oh. What? Oh, 刺, oh, 刺, not T.
丁，找，伺候，
他在家里伺候生病的爸爸。
Yeah, pawns.
拘束，
他对新环境感到有点拘束。
Oh no. It's like constrained or something. Constrained.
"膝盖，
我的膝盖最近总是
Oops,
很疼。
that's just knee. A knee lid is a knee. All right, that's okay. 4 with a pivot of 5 for in vain. In vain. All right, what time is it? We didn't digress too long. Not too long. 2 hours? 2 hours is pretty. I guess it's almost Christmas for a bunch of people. And Christmas Eve just went by. That time of year. Reflections. I get really mopey during Christmas. But kind of sappy mopey. Okay, what do you look like? Yeah. What do you look like? Oh, you're a new group now. And it's really terrifying. Hung. Whole group. Ding. Whole group. Home. Also, whole group. How? Whole group. Cool. New one. Twin. All right. I don't know what's happening. What's happening? Two strokes or one stroke? Two strokes. Okay. 抢劫 Heck. We heck. 畏惧 上弦 上弦 瀑布 磅礴 礴 磅礴 渔船 燕子 木门 劫持 This one's the toughest. 牧场 渔民 堆叠 yikes. Can't read that. I believe it's supposed to be 撑长 撑长 苦 撑长苦腹 No, 主妇 not 苦妇 撑长主妇 Okay. Alrighty. Okay, Jimmy Neutron, front of electricity plant, preparing a stack of... Oh, solar is a good thing too. Solar panels for sun? That's not bad. solar panels for the sun and having them all installed by his robo doggo. Patrick inside English Manor. Just doing weird things, you know. At night, he decided it's a great idea to, I don't know, make a drum. Yes. Like make a drum out of hair and then start banging on it. I don't know how this works. I don't even know what that means. It's trying to pigeonhole the meaning. That's why it's a tough part. Oh, inflate? Hitting the drums to inflate the moon-shaped object? Oh, okay. Sure. Inflate is really tough. I think that's the toughest one of the set. Okay, Jimmy Neutron in front of the English Manor. Where he's using a special scientific loom to piece together, to engineer some flowers for the Immaculate Garden. Wait. Oh no. Stems, yeah, to piece together the flower stems. I don't know, genetic crossbreeds of flowers. Tarzan, basement, temple, exploring. Found a bamboo tube. And a bamboo mask. Board around, shenanigans. Or is that their temple artifacts, I suppose? Patrick in the barn. Received a package. The package came with a cow suit gown thing so that he can fit in with the cows. Got the Popeyes house preparing a plain meal. It's a plain meal of... Wait, I just realized there's a tree there. Where was the tree in the mnemonic? And that's fine. Plain meal filled with like... Yo, where's the tree coming from? I don't even remember. Oh, it's big. Oh, wait, that's an arrow. Wait, what? Oh no, that's not an arrow. Where did the tree go? Oh, big sheep and impales it onto a tree. Oh, right. I totally missed tree. Hold up. Well, that's fine. He'll be in there somewhere. So, you know, with some wooden utensils and a bunch of spinach and greens in the shape of a large laurel wreath, I suppose. With his plain sheep. Standard vegetarian diet, I suppose. Double door in front of the infirmary. This is where he's approaching a foreman who also happens to be a wizard. Approach a special shrine. And it's dedicated to, I don't know, a wizard nurse. I don't know where the meaning went. Yeah, I have no idea where the meaning went. Let's think about it. With the wizard nurse, needed like approval or something from the foreman. It's like check him. Oh, that he's sincere. Oh no. Okay. And we'll see how well those land tomorrow. Wait. Ale? Rong? Oh man, Rong is such a disappointment. The cross is what's throwing me off. I was thinking of it as a cross stitch. But I think we're gonna have to change the cross stitch thing. I don't know. It's okay in the vocabulary where it's down jacket is the only use for it. Or like down feathers and down jacket. Qiang. Oh man, this was a big disappointment. Auspicious. Ba was expected. That's a little fruity ale. Ugh. Horn or trumpet. Okay. 8 should have given away Ba, which is what it did, but 8 horns. I don't know how to connect horns with Ba. Like, Ba could be this, right? Or 8. Which is already in the thing. We could use... No, the other Ba is not gonna work. 8 horns. Is there any way I can get Wei? Wei has nothing here. Rong is unique. Xiang is disappointing. I was thinking of other characters. Okay, wait. Let's get Tail. Tail is gonna need something. Yeah, I was too lazy with this one. Oh! What in the... Sorry, I accidentally slammed my alt button. That's... Oh, come on. Oh, it's fine. We know the things already. Alright, Tail. Oh. Walter White. So Walter is in the basement of the beach house. Where he... He is instructing a product distributor to use flags and a fursuit as a disguise and messaging signal for his distribution distribution service at the local beach. The original tale has very little to do with Rong is woof. The halberd. I got stuck on the halberd like a boss. Okay, how about... Okay, Robin Hood is inside the temple, trying to help the austere monk lifestyle by helping them make down jackets and blankets for the winter. He borrowed a halberd. Oh no, in old halberd to cut the silk he acquired. He quote unquote stolen. Silken, I guess silken down material stolen to fasten skillfully so jacket down jackets using silk cross stitching. Or no, that's a temple. No, that would make it more like chapel. This is okay. It's like meh, very mid. Auspicious. Yeah, just praying for an auspicious year is not that good. Oh, and she's not. Do we do the pagan thing? Probably. Lena entered the chapel in her usual, I don't know, in her ritual suit of armor, offering a sheep as sacrifice for more auspicious years to come. Oh no, that's gonna help. We'll see. Yeah, I was thinking of this bot, but that's not good enough. 8 is 8 horns. What do we do? So the $8 doesn't link to the horn thing. I gotta do his mouth. Maybe like he's performing a street gig. He decided to pick up the trumpet to complement in a rare sight to play the trumpet. Right. I don't know. Making funny sounds on it with his mouth. A street gag. To accompany Lisa's attempt to perform a saxophone piece, I suppose. To her dismay. I suppose. Gotta make it silly. Her able to maybe he decided to disrupt Lisa's streak saxophone straight session with a trumpet, making funny sounds on it with his mouth. I don't know. Making a crowd of 8 people laugh. Out loud from their mouths, I suppose. Something like that. Ooh. Alright, and then we gotta check in vain. So, crooked. Are these the only words for crooked? There's one more. To trust unjustly. Oh. We'll try to stick with it. Alright. There we go. Alright folks, that's a wrap for HanziHero session today. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a try. Let me know what you think. You're always welcome to come on by and yap, ask some questions, share some commentary. Obviously today's main point, I think oftentimes the point comes with the idea that getting different perspectives may or may not be what you want to hear, but I tend to find myself being pretty direct and straight to the point when it comes to making decisions, especially life decisions. Life decisions are on the question side most of the time, and it's on the point of offering separate perspectives. It's neither suggesting, you know, I don't typically focus on, well, this is the solution, right? The solution is to do this, the solution is to do that. I think the idea, the motivation behind offering any form of life decisions is that your decisions, I like to encourage people to make decisions based on things that they can control and not necessarily two things. Hyper focusing on one aspect of the idea. If you're looking for information, the idea is to look for more information that takes advantage of seeing a bigger picture, I suppose, or seeing a large enough picture in which it doesn't feel like it's confirming things, right? I weighed a lot on null hypothesis testing in this situation, where what I was given, information I was given, hyper focus on a specific aspect of it. So in order to provide a different perspective is to balance that aspect. So if someone is entirely focused on trying to convince themselves of one way or another, or if there's when people try to make decisions, but the factors that they look at are not necessarily factors that kind of affect their decision directly, I typically try to point that out in a hypothetical way. Whether they choose to use that information or not, again, the primary focus was you collect information in order to use it. Like, use it in a certain way. It is through experience that information becomes more and more valuable, as opposed to constantly conjecturing. When one conjectures for far too long or consistently, you can be convinced of most things, largely because collecting information is voluntary. So discussing, right, always welcoming yapping and discussing and talking, especially challenging oneself to take a different perspective, is a great way to at least conceptually exercise due diligence in that nature. It is not a substitute for completing the entire process. So making a decision, being accountable for all the information that went into making that decision, and knowing whether your concepts either did relate to the outcome or not. Because going into decision making, it is not an entitlement or a prediction that those things would eventually happen. It's on the chance that they may or may not, due to one's either preferred behavior or understanding prior experience, as well as their their ability, their hindsight, right? So for myself, in terms of experience when it comes to these things, there are things in life that are chronic. Like, chronic as in chronic might sound a little negative, that if you're truly believe that you're born with it, right? Like, things that are ever present, in which you do not have a choice, in which you do not haggle all the time, then to me, trying to haggle with them is an inevitable, in my opinion, an inevitable cognitive dissonance. You don't haggle what you are. That is assuming the premise that whoever shares with me, I accept that whatever they say is true, right? Until it is demonstrated otherwise, I cannot either deny nor confirm them. I take it with a trust. The topic that spawned today's first digression was the idea of something that is compulsive, something that is constitutively present. So taking a mindset and a perspective of which that to see it as a temporary thing, or something that can be fixed, right? Something that can be reverted or even bargained with, to me sounds a little bit apprehensive. You do not bargain with something that if it is true, right? I don't know if I can confirm nor deny these things because I'm not a professional, right? Or someone who has extended experience. But if it is true, the mindset that tackles those things are things for life, not temporary bandages and bargaining chips. Like, thinking that discrimination and not talking about specifically racism or difference in a sense of negative things. Humans are different. That is discriminating between things. So if you're not up to the task of fully being accountable, of saying that you live with this, you live with these things, then that is lacking accountability. It is lacking commitment, in my opinion. That's what I wanted to voice today. If you say you're stupid and you truly are stupid, then there's nothing stopping you from living that out, in my opinion. And that goes similarly with other things like, oh, my self-worth is incredibly irreconcilable by what society has given you based on how you're born. That's like concerning yourself with lots of factors that you cannot control. And to me, when I offer a perspective that counters that, it would be something that you can control, right? For example, if someone believes that they can control everything about their life, then I would offer a different perspective. The challenge is to offer something else, right? If you think you can control everything in your life, that's a different problem entirely. The answer is somewhere in between. There are things you can control and there are things you can't. So the perspective that was presented today was making a decision that they can control to some extent, and they were arguing it based on based on factors they can't control. So when you're weighing decisions that you can control and predicate them entirely on things you can't control, like you can control the decision, but you can't control the things you're focusing on, that creates a cognitive dissonance, in my opinion, that can be a little alarming. It's kind of like saying, if you paid for your college education, then you would be successful in life. Or at least you would graduate, right? If you pay for an education, you would get that education value. That's not true, right? So like what I mean is, the decision to go to college was on the promise that you can't control, which is being in demand. Like someone demands your service. You can control something else though when you go to college. You can go to college, pay for it, use that time to learn as much as you can. That would be a decision that is a little bit more in line with what you're doing. You're paying for something voluntarily, and you're focusing on things you can control, actively control, and make use of. And even then, it's a bit of a stretch, because some people would say, well, I paid for college thinking I would learn something, and I learned nothing. There's a caveat to this. A lot of times when you dig a little deeper, and a lot of times I would say 1 out of 2, greater than 1 out of 2. When you dig a little deeper, when you ask them, what is it that you learned? Oftentimes, they learned that they couldn't get a job. So therefore, college was a waste of time. When there was no promise of a job. First of all, there's no promise of a job in legal speak, like legalese situation. But at the same time, the concept was that they were entitled to a job that wasn't dependent on how well they did in college. That, in my opinion, occurs far more. So the idea is when you make a decision and you predicate it all on things you can't control, and then you go into it and you think that those things will happen, then they both happen for the better and for the worse, but you're not going to have control over it. So things like, oh, if you score at the top of your class, people will love you. Well, I mean, people will hate you too. It's very difficult to predict that. You could, though, go to school and say you can try to get the best score. And when you tried your best, you didn't get the best score that you thought you were going to get, but it was the best you can do. So you could control the best you can do, right? Because if you're always doing the best, it's the best you can do. If you're saying, if you tried your best and you're guaranteed to get an A because you tried your best, that's entitlement.
that's like being deserving, like deserving of something you can't control. So that was what my concern was. My concern was I was offering a perspective like, if the decision is based on people looking down on you, then in my opinion, we have prior experience, is that if it takes only people to look down on you to stop you from doing something, then there's an inherent problem with that line of thinking already, right? Like, how are you going to start anything else if everything is based on discriminatory acts? Like, the moment you think, like, it works both ways, by the way. Like, for instance, oh, I have short attention span, so I deserve special treatment. Like, that's well and good. If it works, that fair enough, that's okay. But it goes both ways. Like, there's a balance in this. Like, there's entitlement to special treatment in order to make yourself work less, right? There's complacency. And oftentimes when I was being very sincere about this, I don't think I have many people around in my life who you might be considered as well-adjusted, successful people who don't say, who, like, if someone went up to him, it's like, oh, hey, do you have any particular lingering problems that constantly recur in your life? They would say yes. They wouldn't tell you that I have no control over it and I focus on everything that I have no control as a consequence of it, and therefore I'm unhappy. That's kind of where I was going with it. And it was a very serious topic. I really do take these things incredibly seriously. Largely because I want to give an example that despite I can't say anything professionally or I don't have experience and privy to these knowledge, I also want to be accountable. I hold myself accountable for trying to encourage people who make decisions to not only predicate their decisions on things they can't control. You can live out and tolerate things you can't control. But when you're making a decision, that is something you are actively taking responsibility for. And when you take responsibility, you want to have those decisions also be things that would be tied to that decision, right? Discrimination is not one of them. It really isn't. Like, it's more of a damn if you do, damn if you don't situation. I can't say it's going to be the same. Like, I mean, I didn't make the decision as well. But there were other things that I obviously didn't make decisions of. Like, I didn't decide that people would come about and hate me because, or like they would tell me that I waste my time doing a lot of things, like making meaning of my life all the time because it's cringy and it's not useful. You can't stop people from doing that. Like, and your decision, if it's like, oh, you're different, like that's why I'm going to discriminate against you. You can't stop that either. What you can do is take those differences, understand them, and use them. Maybe you can even convince or have the power to push back on that or even elevate that. And that's kind of what I feel marries the two. You can appreciate the things you can't control, but you make decisions based on things you can control. And one day you might not know this, but you might not even envision this yet. But focusing on what you can control may actually lead to the management of things you can't control. And that's kind of one of the stories about overcoming adversity. It's not adversity if it becomes your boon. And I know that in certain cultures, like monocultures and stuff, when the nail sticks out, it gets hammered down. That's a situation that does occur, right? And that touchy subject about like autistic behavior, which again, I have I have some privileged experiences that if you're using as a crutch, the problem and the issues do not go away. A crutch is to get special treatment to allow you to avoid answering the question or solving the problem. Now, does that lead to a life of happier days? I do not know. That is up to the eye of the beholder. But generally speaking, problems don't disappear because you get special treatment. Problems persist when you don't address them. That's mostly guaranteed. So, when someone suggests to me that they would make a decision that they make their life easier despite their identities not actually changing, right? Like, I have a panic issue, right? Like, I tend to be manic about my memory. It's not gonna go away. It can temporarily, like, some days it's okay, some days it's not. The idea is it never crosses my threshold, right? Whether I announce this or not, or share these details, it doesn't change what you have to live with yourself, right? You're living with yourself. So oftentimes it's great to have moments, or maybe even anyone. There are pros and cons, obviously, to interacting with a stranger versus interacting with someone you have close ties with. They both are very important ways to interact with finding what self-discovery is, right? Because if you ask a stranger, they would give you a more direct response, right? Like a less detached, less empathetic response. Then you can get the other one where you ask a friend and a family member. It's good. Like, in no way was my exchange saying, oh, you shouldn't have asked me in the first place, or you shouldn't have asked anyone. That's the bravery. I think confronting, that is one of the first steps to confronting. So I forgot to really highlight that. Asking questions and interacting with different people, that's a great way to embellish or maybe even engage in some self-exploration. Sitting in the corner and wallowing in your own indecision and your own echo chamber, that is the reality. You make it then, which obviously I'm not part of that reality, so I don't have much to say about that. I'm not there to break into your shell and run to shatter your realities. I rarely ever build upon, like, try to break someone down and then build it back up. That is extreme circumstances, extremely dire situations, and I haven't really been in that particular dire situation. I don't work in any of these things professionally. I have seen mental breakdowns, I have witnessed it, and I have been in part of situations where I was the temporary band-aid, not the solution to their problems. Their solutions, all these people that I've met that found their solutions and their management, is they overcame it with love, compassion, persistence, and proactive decision making. And some of these things can be really tough, and maybe even unfairly so for a time, for people's first times, right? These would be the first times and first of things. So encouraging them to continuously make decisions that they can control some outcomes, it can really give that ability of accountability. I think it's an incredible potential double edge when you go into something and the thing you're expecting is something you don't have control over, because then you're at the mercy of luck, like entirely of luck. I'm not saying there are decisions that are purely under your control. That's not true. They are aspects of it will be under your control. There are things that are more controllable to a greater extent than things that aren't, because the world is beyond us, right? And the universe kind of works beyond the knowledge of one person. like a singular person. So when you say things like, oh yeah, I'll just do my best and of course I'll get A's. You can't, like, that's very unreasonable. Both possibly to yourself and to people around you. So like I do believe there are things that everyone are deserving and entitled to. That's love, compassion, the necessary resources to live in a happy environment the day death takes them, right? However, even then, that's a tough ask for those things. So making it even tougher on yourself when you're making decisions based on outcomes that you can't control, that is, I almost feel like that's one of the most ubiquitous form of cognitive dissonance now, facing those who are chronically online, especially younger. Like, for example, you start your language learning journey and your goal is already assured. Like, if you start learning Japanese, you're gonna come out fluent at the end. That's if that's the only thing that drives you, that takes a lot of willpower and some luck, but a lot of willpower. I'm not entirely sure if I'm convinced that there are people who keep constantly looking for easy roads and easy things, or special treatment are built right away for that type of necessary willpower. I'm not saying that they're incapable of succeeding that way. The idea is, if you don't have to rely on luck, luck is welcoming, is often a positive thing. If you're relying on luck, that's when you start making all your decisions based on things you can't control, because all of those things require that luck happens. Like, what if I decided to learn Japanese? Well, if I get lucky, I would become fluent in Japanese. So if I get lucky, a native speaker will find me friendly. If I get lucky, like, that's kind of how I feel about some of those perspectives. So I was offering more of a proactive addition to that. There are other things that are gained, like you get more time on exams. I've seen that before. I know a colleague that I would not be surprised if their ability to manage and deal with their mental struggles, they exceed me, even despite suggesting that they have, like, for example, attention deficit. I earnestly think when we both sit in a room, I'm more distracted than that other person. But that's not because that person doesn't have attention deficit. I'm not saying that. The potential that I have might have been lower. My practices might put me lower than the next person who is trying to overcome and improve upon their anxiety, and their, not anxiety, but their like disposition. I wouldn't even call it a disposition, because most of those individuals who make it what it is and improve upon it, they don't usually see that as a crutch. It's how they work harder, and they definitely made it look like it definitely shows, because I mean, I have colleagues who tell me they have attention deficit and they dwarf my attention span. Like, my attention span was not realized. That only made me work harder, because it shows me that I am nowhere near my potential either. So despite all of those things, that's kind of what I wanted to emphasize there when it comes to feeling of being discriminated, but specifically only discriminated for being worse, or being, I mean, I typically say being discriminated for being different, but the way others spin it is that they don't have to try hard because they're already trying really hard because they're being discriminated for being weaker or lesser. And I don't usually see that in successful people who also have all those like overlapping things. They actually try harder than me. And I don't mean like harder in the sense of they work even long hours or something. It's a combination. They both work smart and harder. They did better research than I did. Like it's discrimination is relative, right? So where there's people who will inevitably discriminate against, there are also people who discriminate with or for. And that's kind of nice to know. Like keep that in, hopefully I'm encouraging people to keep that in mind. Yeah, that's one of the Yap sessions today. Other than that, I wanted to demonstrate what I do when it comes to learning from my mistakes or learning from errors and whatnot. I echo this the last couple. I should talk like a broken record about this most of the time. I spend the majority of my time focusing on just those things. Like, sure, you can maintain and do a little bit of maintenance on all the things that you have in spades. So like, for example, if you have short attention span and you want to have longer attention span, that would be where most of my attention, ironically, for lack of a better word, that would be where most of my attention would be focused on. That's how I can change things, right? You can make the argument that, oh no, I've already reached my upper limit in attention span. I have ADD, so I can't have more attention span than I currently have because that is what's written. I don't think that's how that works, honestly. Despite people's dispositions and stuff, it's time and time again, I think the vast majority of humans, when they look at potential, they think they're operating at their potential. Most, like, I don't have the raw data to support this, but I think the general sentiment is those who are successful, ambitious, healthy, and proactive, they rarely are the people who die and pass away, leave a legacy, and believe that they have reached the potential in their lifetime, like all their potentials that they want. So how does that suddenly change now? Like, are you really willing to wager your luck, or your unluck, or your lack of luck, right? We're talking about things that we can't control, that somehow you can frame the entire world based on the idea that you're already operating at your potential and that the decisions you make will cap that potential. That's a very, in my opinion, a very arrogant, probably hubris in the long run, arrogant way of thinking that you know so much with so little experience. It's unfathomable. Again, these things are hard to explain because even I would sound immature and naive right now to someone who's 70 or 100. It's inconceivable what in another 30 years, what my perspective would be. But the idea is operating at one's potential. That's an internet normalization. Am I operating at my potential now, like my heightened potential? Have I reached my peak, whatever it is that my life represents? Not even close. I mean, like, today I could just decide I'm going to write a book, and I can do that for the next 15 years of my life, and I wrote a book. That's just one book, right? And then you're going to try to compare it to someone else, like, oh yeah, but this person wrote 400 books. It's like, did you ever ask the person if they've ever reached their peak? Like, nah, they probably say, I have more time to write another book and another book. So, what I'm trying to illustrate here is I think the internet has this really wonderful way, and I know I'm constantly hand waving using the internet as a thing. Information is presented in a way that is often static and finite. And that is simply not how decisions will go about, right? You make tons of decisions dynamically over time. So talking in a way that things that are outside of your control never changes, it would make the presumption that you understand all of the factors that are involved. So when you say someone hates you, there are people who don't care about you. There are also people who don't think you exist. And then there are people who care about you. So all of those things do exist. So if you want to make a decision based on being certain about things, it would be rational or logical to understand most of it. For myself personally, doing that takes a very long time. In fact, it might even take so long that it will prevent you from doing anything. So then, when you don't do anything, you are at the mercy of chance and luck. And personally, for me, that's where I think the internet has a unintentional problem that is unforeseen, largely because of the nature we interact with information. Information that's presented on the internet seem to aggregate and be perpetually emphasized to be finite. Like, for example, when was the last time you watched the top 10 best ways to prepare a pizza? Or like the best and worst way to do this? I've tried everything in this area and here's what my thoughts are. All of those are presented in a way that is algorithmically finite. And I think that is an unintentional consequence due to the lack of accountability for all the people who are using these things and presenting these tools and presenting their unapologetic, passionate, and earnest and caring, messages. It does not erase the reality that there's a whole generation of chronic online users who believe that at a ripe age of like even 15, they understand every conceivable notion of human experience, and they make decisions purely on vicariously understanding other people's experiences, of which it is not demonstrated. It is spoken and told. So take whatever I said today with a grain of salt as well, because I didn't demonstrate these things. I spoke these things. I talk about these nebulous figures in my life that they do not themselves defend and share that information. So even then, it is also self-deflating. Like the things I say, grain of salt, right? It is the combination and synthesis of being able to take all that information, marry it with your decision making that can promote action that allows you to acquire the significant amount of experience to wield future information or even to create that information, which is what I'm currently doing. The disclaimers that I place on my abilities to communicate different perspective is the consequences of my experience. I am technically pulling most of this out of my butt because it's a synthesis of information that has yet to be created. It is created by me, and now I need to test them, right? I can test all these things. It's worth sharing and conceptualizing. However, I didn't give you any data. I didn't demonstrate it, so take it with a grain of salt. Much like most things online. That caution and that due diligence, ironically, or like maybe paradoxically, come with experience. So you must also have experience to see that. And that's where information can help. And hopefully it does. Anyways, more than welcome. I enjoy the whole purpose is to talk about these topics. They are related to like picking up a new language. Like when you try to learn a new language, have you asked yourself why you wanted to learn the language? Right? Goes back to that. Have you asked yourself, what do you expect that you can control and what you expect that you can't control? And how are you distributing your time on answering these questions? The last time I checked, 4 out of 5 people would say it's the method that's the problem, not me. So if it's the method that is the problem, then you have no control over it. Right? Just wanted to... That's kind of a damper. The opposite is true. Oh, the method works alright, but I can make it better. Now you're starting to assume control and accountability of it. And that's kind of where we want to be. Alright, folks. That's enough of my yapping. So hopefully whoever finds this in the future or my future stuff finds this informative. You're more than welcome to stop on by, yap a little, exchange some ideas, discuss some stories. Right, keep each other mutually invested in our own lives and possibly make some room and space for others. Right, keep each other motivated. Until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看。Right, thanks for watching. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.